Ladies and gentlemen, we're back into it. Last time we had a whirlwind of a court session, as we always do, trying to figure out who committed the bad deed, and ended up with a Tengu possessing a poor mayor. James, Matthew, Solaris, Sengan! Can you imagine that? Ace Attorney in the Naruto world? Make it a prequel. Like, Naruto's back in his old mischievous days, and he's framed for something he didn't do, so you have to bail him out of it. And then he's like, I want to fight for the right of people, just like you do, Mr. Wright. Matthew, you're working tonight, so you join until midnight. Well, for as long as you can stay, we're glad to have you. And hello, Solaris. Alright, we're back at the Wright Anything Agency. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackquill is playing along. Ugh. Can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back! Whoa! Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? When is Trucy not in her stage outfit? Yep. I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tenma Taro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Okay. She's actually gonna do it. Resident Evil style. Ta-da! Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. Is this the first time that's ever happened? Without a story reason, evidence is just removed from your inventory. What? Did they load this case down with way too much evidence? Well, at least that flower of shame is gone. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo! Vamonos! And we're right back here at QB Manor, the Fox Chamber. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice had been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know the Tenma Taro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the Fox Chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. So, my assumption, my deduction, was that they tossed it into the air duct, and then it got carried into the air into the Fox chamber, but crawling into the air duct is more plausible. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox chamber through the air vent here. Who disturbs my slumber? Not for much. Then we went back through the duct and fled through the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. An Ace Attorney tradition. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here's nothing. Oh man, there's a thick layer of dust in here. Apollo just thinks of himself while he's going through here. Remember who you're doing this for. Number 1. I don't get it. Find anything? Yikes! Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So, what'd you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting no one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer. But if we don't turn things around quickly... In justice we trust! Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Now, come on, where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Ha ha ha! Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Oh no! Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice! How about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood. We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Alright, tell me about the investigation. I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, to pinning the blame on a yokai? He really wants a conviction at all costs. Oh my goodness! She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, You'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa! Calm down! He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff just outside Kyubi Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Tenma Taro was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Ms. Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way! Well, what about prints? Nope, no prints. But if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, prints or no prints, it's not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. If that's the case. And where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? Good question. We're gonna figure that out as we go along. Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did indeed! He's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger and the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry, they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. Really came across in her vocal delivery. We gotta become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh yeah. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourselves on the wrong end of a figure-4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What'd he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I'm under no obligation to speak with you mortals." And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Ha ha! What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. No more talking points, no more talking points. Alright, back to the Wright Anything Agency. Mr. Wright! You here? You want to grace us with your hot dad presence? Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff, and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time, it's like we're bound and gagged, too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Then, they covered all the senses there, except for maybe smell. Ooh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here, too. Mr. Wright. How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? So it's even though I know we're playing as Apollo, it's still wild to see Phoenix. Phoenix in his suit, just looking us head on. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know. Never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. At least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we gonna get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did. And an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... An old friend, We talking the, Are we talking the Kristoff kind, or the edgy kind? Oh, I guess you never were very far from the courtroom, then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Aw, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Well, like my editor Catone said last time, smart. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times, are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client, Wright. Mr. Wright? Yeah? I'm going to visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Time to see what's new down at the detention center. He's hanging on the goddamn roof! Mayor Tenma, you wanted to talk to you about something. Hasha! Caw. So, my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade! Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste! Wow, he is sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. Starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now, ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot? In with him with a twitchy orb pondering hand. I will not turn around and cough. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed! The remnant of Tenma Taro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Caw. The prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once! Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you? Well, no. Damien appears to still reside within this body. I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman Cubey, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him, and he'd be naught but ash! Yikes! So, you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he had been clubbed with his statue. Better ask about this, too. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. I mean, if he was a bird and a yokai, that would make sense, but this is a man-ass man. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Whoa, is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? Ugh, I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. Damien is made of different stuff. He's just built different. That's the word I'm trying to say. That's the phrase. He's built different. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber. So, he wanted to keep it shut tight? No fingerprints shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal! You would have me, Tenmataro act as some asinine alchemist? I but asked the jailer, and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Ka-ka. Always honored to serve your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Ah, hey there, AQ. You got distracted by TF2 once again. Someone was spamming secret Saxtons. Dang. Did he have, wasn't there a strange item that tracked how many secret Saxtons you gave out? Guess he was grinding that. Or just offloading a bunch of Saxtons. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Curse that infernal door! But if I had known its manner of opening, long, long ago would I have made my return. He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Well, got a forbidden chamber key. Thank you, very scared guard. I guess we're moving over to where Jinxie is. The Manor Garden, perhaps? I suppose not. She'll be in Yokai Lane. Or not. Maybe she's at the foyer. Or maybe not. She could be at the Fox Chamber. Nope. I guess it's not time to talk to Jinxie. Did she? Nope. Huh. I really thought that we had to talk to Jinxie. Alright, then what can I present to Tenmataro here? You have anything more to tell me about this key? An offering to me. Quite admirable. But the best thing you could offer to me is to win my freedom. Right. I'll do my best. Alright, let's ask him about the People's Champion. Nope, nothing to say about the Amazing Ninetales. What about this statue that knocked out Damien? What, might I ask, is that? The statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman Cuby, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. A secret gift? Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it? I should question him about the blackmail letters, too. Let's see what it says when I show it to him. Okay. Why, this is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. By the way, for anyone coming in late, we investigated that vent that we presumed that the killer snuck in through to drop the key off. And as it turned out, it was so incredibly dusty that no one could have been in there at all recently. So, we happen to know the fact of it, that the vent, no one passed through the vent on that day. So, we're kind of really stuck against a wall now that the line of reasoning that bailed us out of court yesterday is now moot. Apparently, someone slipped that letter in the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Caw. You have questions, do you? Very well. Ask away, mortal. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Anyone say theft? Go away, Filch. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Mayor, I mean, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There's but one other who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florent LaBelle. Really? That trustworthy person? Full knowledge of that briefcase contents did that aide possess? Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He is the most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. Seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know he might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Lord LaBelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find LaBelle and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. Alright, blackmail letter has been updated. Something that still bothers me. If Mr. LaBelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Now, where is Jinxie? Perhaps in the yokai lane? Hey, isn't that... You doing okay, Jinxie? You dare imprison me? Jinxie! She's acting really strange. Now she is possessed? That loathsome, no good nine-tailed fox, he shall know the terror that is mine in despair. You shall pay, oh you shall pay dearly, all of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning. Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, it must have been the Makuragaishi. Makuragaishi? Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor, or in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Mokura Gaishi preys on people while they're asleep. Gaishi or Gaeshi? Or Geishi? It sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight. Or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms in your forehead? Oh yeah, she always had some on her forehead before, and now we get that beautiful 5-head. I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. It's a possession bargain sale going on out here. I'd say we had more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I better reapply them. Well, there it is again. That's the Jinxie we all know and love. Something we wanted to ask you. There was something I wanted to tell you too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? Tell me! What do you remember? Well, after the trial I remembered lots of stuff, but there was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. What? Are you sure? Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Oh no! Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. Good. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebuting that. Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Well, let's change the subject. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism? Really? Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox Chamber. But only Alderman Cubey knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of Ninetails Vale sure loved his secrets. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. Forbidden Chamber key updated. There's only one of its kind, baby. Let's see, what can we present? How about this? Alderman Cubey made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetails Vale and Tenma Town. A token of goodwill? But the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cut portion is missing. Oh, look at that. Now that I see it, Tenmataro's missing an arm. I thought the arm was bitten off by Cubey, but nope. This statue. Oh, would you look at that. Originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe a broken nose was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Alderman and I. Now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind. So now we got 2 pages and it's updated in the court record. So, Is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No. That's about it. Well, we can still use our bracelet outside of court. Somewhere out there, Taka just swerved around and said, "There's some tomfoolery going around out there, baby. But I'm too busy eating all this salmon roe." My bracelet's reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... In justice we trust! Oh my god. A ghost! Oh! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackwell has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Choose a TF2 weapon you want to get a Smith sweater version of? The rain blower. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right. Specifically, we want to ask. But I can't tell you that now, can I? Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No. Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. That can't be war painted. Is it a very small assortment of weapons that can be war painted? That seems so random to me. So you're not a ghost. Maybe some sort of urban troll, then? Now, come along, Miss Tenma. To the station with you! He took her away? Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. Because we're such stellar puzzle solvers, you know? Weird that it's limited like that. Well, look at who it is. Did you change your hair? Looks good. Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I have these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh yeah. Before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why? If it isn't Mayor's little lawyers. What do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? Surprised? This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? You sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So, what do you want with me? Well, let's exhaust all the talking points before we go into presenting. Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenmataro. But what about you, Mr. Lavelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you see... Very well, I admit it. That's right. I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenmataro. So he did see something. Why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? Explain. Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it, she's possessed by Tenmataro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenmataro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. Oh. Our talking points changed. So, what was the rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It is suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it. Yep, when we encountered her in the town, she was muttering like she was Tenmataro herself. That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once, she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around in the woods at night. She did. We gotta get a visual? Ooh. Is this an artistic rendering? Or did this actually happen? Oh! She just takes off into the sky. Alright. Ugh. Wish I never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory lost during possession? Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Ugh, then maybe... So you do understand that all yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although, that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes the next time we talk with him. Well, let's go ahead and present some blackmail letters. Did you write these, Stringbane? What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman Cubey. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And... your point being... someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally you... ow! Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales really fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Ugh. Is it possible you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Oh, well... my only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. You can't destroy evidence like that! What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now. You've just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, the bell speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? But I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV. But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it's my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis le belle bland products. Oh, they're bland products, alright. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say? Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you, peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product. I'm calling it Collier Mais le Belle. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. That's gonna become relevant. Guess that means you can't sweat. And that explains why LaBelle has a different hair color than the Mr. Crowler colors from before. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh, Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Hair color that washes out with water. It's the Florent LaBelle's own brand and isn't available to the general public. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. Still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. And that blackmail letter really is just gone. QB Manor, the Fox Chamber. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Ooh, this is so exciting. Can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. Should also see if there is anywhere the killer could have hidden this room. Okay, let's get started. Apurate, Apollo, apurate. Well, let's start examining. So this is the door itself. Still no keyhole, huh? Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Or would it? Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? Wait, don't! Much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door and statues of them on either side. The way those two statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence. Can it? Hey, this statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows, it might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. I'm too fast. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast in midair, you can accomplish just about anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the positioning they should be in. I think you already told me, Apollo. Yep. Though they seem to be facing away from one another. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes? There are two fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it. There are two fox statues in front of the door. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Alright. The statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in a gesture of goodwill. Maybe Alderman QB was planning on smoothing things over with Mayor Tenma. But he was murdered instead. There's somebody who intervened. The mayor was only pursuing the municipal merger because he'd been blackmailed. Who knows? If this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. Alright, let's see what we got here. So if I were to look at these boys again, am I gonna get something new? Nope. Alright. What's to do with this cloth, then? I don't think we'll find anything else on this chair. Oh, really? Hey, there's a cup under there. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait. There's something under the table. Let's check it out. Oh, look at this. We're getting a new perspective. It's the missing piece of the statue. There's something down here. It looks like a piece of something. Only question is, a piece of what? Oh, I know. It might be a piece of this statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the table? Are there fingerprints on the missing piece? Well, that wouldn't make sense, because the blood is on the head of the two dudes. Fox and Demon statue updated in the court record. Well, can't think of anywhere else to look. Do you find anything, Apollo? Never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? The screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them, or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-toothed comb. Oh, I can look at it again. So clearly there's a purpose. On closer inspection, I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen with the arrow keys. If I spot anything of interest, I can press space on it to inspect it further. You can also zoom in and out with B and M to get a better look. Now let's check every last inch of it. It's a picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. Definitely getting warmer. Okay, let's take an even closer look. What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something. You think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? Wait, what about that key drawn at the end of the screen? You think the two are related? A key and a keyhole? Ooh, I just got an idea. If we folded the screen up just right, the key and the keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. And, oh, would you look at that? A door? Yeah, and it's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other, so... Hey, what if we made those fox statues face each other? Apollo, let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Bingo, bango, bongus. A lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked. Time to see why this chamber is so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? Anime sequence? Yibi Manor. Forbidden Chamber. These doors need some serious oil. That was like nails on a chalkboard. Alright. Forgot about those super good ears of yours. Look! More feathers. And what is that up there? That multicolored package? Ah! What the heck is that? Is that Tenmataro's statue? There's something odd about it. Ugh. All I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. You're not scared, are you? What? Of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Heh. Really? Hey, look. What? What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on that rack. They kind of look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro holding? Yeah, I bet our Tenmataro impersonator really did come in here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. Well, I'm just curious about this bag down here. What's this? Oh, it's the... I wonder why that looks so familiar. It's the hair gel, the hair dye, or whatever you called it. Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. And the fact there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh, it's hand cream? Let's see what brand it is. Je suis la belle? La belle? Oh, what the... But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so. But wah! Well, whoever was dressed up like Tenmataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber, and that same person probably dropped this hand cream at the time. In other words, the Tenmataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than... Florent LaBelle! This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. The hand cream! Wonder if there's anything else we need to find, or if that was just the cardinal one. Must be 15 feet tall. And he's got a staff. The scroll doesn't have one, but why? This could be significant, but why is it significant? Let's take a closer look. Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, looks like there's some sort of compartment at the base of the statue. Don't open it! Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Shut it and... Wait, there is something in here. Looks like some sort of figure. It's so dusty, I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. A figure that had been left inside the Tenmataro statue. A thick layer of dust and dirt suggests it had been there for a long time. Looks like an old scroll. Something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh, look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Apparently it's a smelly yellow thing. It's turning into Tenmataro! Tenmataro was stink lines all along. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. No, we're not gonna take it with us. Black feathers? They look exactly like the ones in the Fox Chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. Question is, why? Maybe the Tenmataro costume was hidden in here. I mean, someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the Forbidden Chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle, all right. But it's a lead! Hello. Oh, you're just wasting your time there. Hold on a second. Let me, there. I'm not wasting my time with this. A stone lantern? Like those Japanese garden lamps? Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there is no switch. Oh, here it is. Nani? It was hidden out of sight. I see Tenmataro's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. Yeah, there's a bunch of staves here, and it looks like one is missing. The Tenmataro Jinx he saw must have taken it. I'd have to agree. These look like the one Detective Wright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares. Tenmataro might be, you know, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has a spare staves handy, well, shows that he is aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least, that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Here hath Tenmataro been imprisoned. Looks like a gravestone or something. It reads, here lies Tenmataro, age 80. Cause of death? Choked on a chicken bone? Say it ain't so. Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. Is that your coping mechanism? I'm not scared. Freak out Central. Right here, baby! Come on. If you're gonna put baby in there, I have to do the voice. Cut it out, widget. Denial is strong in this one. Ooh, a vent in here as well. Sussy! Isn't there a vent in here too? Guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, there's nothing to stand on around here. Wonder where that leads. Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Or does it? That about wraps it up. What now? You should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah. I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions and Tenmataro. Mr. Filch, back in your foyer? Getting sticky-fingered all over the place? It's the curse! The curse! The curse of Tenmataro! Ah! You outsiders are ignoring the superstitions at our peril! Mind your own business, will you? What's this all about a curse? Tenmataro's gonna curse us all unless you stop sticking your nose in where it don't belong. Stop the investigation! Listen to what them superstitions say! Right, how about obeying the law before you go obeying superstitions? Yeah? Obeying the law? That's some kind of food. What are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. The same goes for my bracelet. Sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Wait, did we actually have a model of Athena without Widget? Wish I paid more closer attention. You almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. Not really. Guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. Can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal widgets. Grrr! Yipes! Mercy, mercy! I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. Infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. What a familiar looking statue, huh? Filch definitely is an accomplice. He's none other than the Azuki Kozo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, we did. And he'd leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. Oh. So something was being held in the Taro statue, and it got stolen by Azuki. What's more, I'm his grandson, because he was my grandpappy. Wow, you don't say. Thieves' honor is the honest truth. Yeah, the sloshing sound of Azuki beans scraping together in the dead of the night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth, reborn. For some reason, that makes me think of the fact that, don't raccoons wash their food? Like if they acquire food, they find a nearby source of water and they rinse it out. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yeah. It looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Well, didn't even give us the chance to present it. Then again, we'll probably present it after we're done here. Hey! What'd you do with that there figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'd been there practically forever. Heard me my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? Tell me about this treasure. What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Oh, it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't, by chance, already steal it, did he? She knows there was one of those figures in there. That just might be it. That's Grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Oh, of course. Because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tenmataro near the scene of the crime. Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. The people of Ninetales Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tenmataro. Alright! Them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So, you plan on staying here in Ninetales Vale? Yep. I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rule book to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're gonna do exactly what them superstitions say? Well, I say that's baloney. Village superstitions. Don't gaze upon Tamataro. Ignoring superstitions will cost you your soul and depart from the village. Yep. Bring him will bring ruin upon the village. Well, here are the superstitions. It's clearly written right here. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetales Vale. If you really believe in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yapes! You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Tenmataro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. Said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. So, was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you? Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid girl. That was on account of that rumor, one of her being possessed. A rumor again? I have a feeling he's still lying. I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor. Ouch! Watch it! Village superstitions. Excuse me? Yeah, I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Boy, they're really shuffling out all of the, as much of the evidence as they can. And replacing it with new ones. Was that all you wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tenmataro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say, pass! Into the detention center. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, Your Malevolence. You doing okay there, Tenmaroonie? Why are you speaking like that? Oh, Mayor Tenma, you returned? Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. Seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. Ugh. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least, that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Huh? Oh, alright. Kah! No match is this warding charm for me. Ah, the charm. Temataro's back. Those foolish mortals. They shall regret blaming that child for my doings. I blew it. That question brought that yokai back. You probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. Well, we'd like to ask you about something your aide Florent LaBelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tenmataro, Demon Lord of Yokai, protect a mere mortal. Ka! No affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mr. Tenma's name. But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo. I think I've got this one. I think I can prove she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain the whole possession thing. Knock yourself out, then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? Do you mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she's exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job in Ninetales Vale? When the child visited last, she did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. That means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So then, the Demon Taro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Temataro's spirit. It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. Now we're getting somewhere. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it. You suspect Florence is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenmataro for a spell. Could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenmataro? That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Tenmataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn. You must not gaze upon him, nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmataro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, Your Malevolence. An offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Ka. Yes, Your Malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and they are Tenma, so why don't we go see a Florent LaBelle next? Now that we know the truth, he won't be able to claim that the Tenma Taro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? He does seem to be a slippery one in that regard. Okay, let's practice that again, Filchy, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime, and when we heard a scream... Yeah, what was the next part again? Yeah! You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 13th time, you know. Now, 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? I ain't cut out for this. Whoopsie daisy. How? Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. This is all just practice. Yipes! Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession to being the Tenma Taro imposter would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenma Taro. Filchy, you fool. I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenma Taro. Interesting. But where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who really was Tenma Taro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenma Taro? I'm so sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right! Mr. LaBelle even told me Tenma Taro. Well, wait, what was he trying to say before he got interrupted? Let me rewind this. Let me go ahead and metagame a little bit, shall we? So he was saying, Mr. LaBelle even told me Tenma Taro was a jinx, so why would he? Okay. Don't know why that's such a bad thing you wanted to interrupt. I said Tenma Taro was Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes! So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. Hey, was I sleeping? It's been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. You made me rather sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't good enough at just thinking and remembering stuff. Ah, right up the schnozola. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please, anything but another lesson. Damn. If we almost feel sorry for him. There they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah. We'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. April 18th, Ninetales Vale, Yokai Lane. Oh, there she goes again. Accursed Ninetales Fox, the sign for settling the score is nigh. My grudges but festered over time, and at last the edges will be mine. Grr, grr! She must be possessed, sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Jinxie? Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. Ah, my charms must have fallen off again. Ooh, guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on my way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah? Which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter old rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Alright. For the municipal merger issue? No. It's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting. It was just a spirited debate. It's what we lawyers... Oh, nuts! No fighting. Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she's lying about. Alright, tell me what you remember and activate my bracelet. Jinxie, it seems you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like, what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman Cubie were collapsed in the Fox Chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. Uh-oh. I knew it. She's holding something back. You know, we got the entire thing without any safety saves. Here it goes. That's all he said. Let's see, so... That's all he said. Do you have a twitchy eye, just like dear old Papa? Is it your trembling finger? Oh, didn't mean to do that. You were very nervous when you said, that's all he said, weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep. So you admit that he did say something else. How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Get Belatrode. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman Cubey." And it doesn't look like he's being possessed. He really must be mistaken. He probably believes that he did it, but, yeah. Somebody convinced him that he did it, because if that confession goes to court, it's curtains. He said, what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming? Or simply delirious? Who knows? But I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and her clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman Cubey and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Pop and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Did he go into the chamber? I mean, we've ruled out the chamber so many times. Unless there's some kind of trickery going on with that key. Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo. We have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenma Taro Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with a legal exorcism, justice style. We done? We're done? Okay. Boy, that's a far cry from the 2.5 hours it took us to get through investigation the other time. Then again, the other time also had the preamble to the trial. Alright, we're saving this, and we're moving on to the next chapter. Time for court. I think this is the last court session, too. April 19, 9:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Court is now in session. All rise. I just noticed you can see Apollo and Blackwell from that angle. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, assistant defender, is ready, too, Your Honor. Je suis prêt. Is it Pret? Is it Prate? Is it Preet? As chipper as ever, I see, and en français, no less. And the prosecution. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Wright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. We're on the same page, babe. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackwell played him. That was one mean game of Simon Says. Yeah, His Honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Your baldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you've had. I saw in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you've been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. The one thing you could not possess. The crown jewels of the court. Now at long last, they're within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then? I'll make a special exception. Just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more Blackwell's mind games. Like a fiddle, baby. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex Cubey, was the amazing Ninetails. We also learned that the amazing Ninetails was a key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cubey's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. And the only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party. A further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, one more thing to boast about to my grandchild. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? The feathers in the tracks? But those left by the mayor while he was possessed. That was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh, yes, of course. I had suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Tenma.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? For I am ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Tenmataro farce. Witness testimony? No, bet he means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? You feel Black Quill is using more time and effort manipulating the judge to make the opening statement than just doing it himself. It's not about the time and the effort. It's about the power play. Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it does not happen again today. Being known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid, it'd be a bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed, you managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me! Yipes! Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. Yipes! No, please! I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement, now. Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. You may beat a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackhead. Yeah, Black Quill doesn't strike me as the give-up-easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. Yokai's Jinxie? Imataro's really that little maid gal. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Tenmataro I saw was just a little thing about her size. With a little run and a big old staff. Now, I'd seen her when she came into the foyer. Bet she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on the account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. She picked it up from the chamber. How'd she get in there, good sir? So, Tenmataro was short in stature. And that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. You betcha. Besides, all the rest of the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Tenmataro impersonator was walking on their knees? We're no knee walking. Yeah, I've seen it myself. Then perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are not but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlor variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night, he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell just gave up the ghost, literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Cross-examination time. Alright. Yamataro's really that little maid gal, ain't no doubt about it. The Yamataru I saw was just a little thing about her size. Little rented a big old staff. Seen it when she came into the foyer. Bet she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. I suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Tenma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one? Well, I ain't never seen a staff like that in the manor, so it had to be the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, really? The stench of LaBelle is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident. Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Tenma Taro. I guess that's what Vilch is trying to say? Could Jinxie have even entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to? There is one thing I was wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place? Well, yeah, I got my hunches about that. She was gonna use it to wallop me on the account of my fierce reputation. Yeah, I just know it. Alright, what does my evidence say about the key? The key that the mayor took from the killer and swallowed. There's only one of its kind. Yeah. How could she have picked that up if it was swallowed at the time?
Objection!
Objection? It would seem that Tenma Taro was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. Yeah, you figure that. You claim the Tenma Taro you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber, but it would have been impossible for Ms. Tenma to get a hold of one. Care to explain, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. Huh. What's this? The key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Ms. Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenma Taro seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. Ugh. Yeah! What? Dang, man. Get this man some heart pills. But, then who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenma Taro? Our Tenma Taro impersonator is none other than Mr. Tenma's aide. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well. Let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show proof as to the true identity of the Tenma Taro impersonator. So, I'm thinking it might be the lotion. Yeah, it might be the lotion because we found it, the hand cream, because we found it in there, so
Take that!
we found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber, and we know that whoever was Tenma Taro took one of the staves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. But, Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So, you expect to find the yokai's prints there? Very well. I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. No need for that, your baldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You cold, Professor Blackwill! Could anyone be more whipped? Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. What's his obsession with 3 minutes? Your wish is my command! Very well then. I guess we'll just wait right here. "3 minutes later, baby." It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Florent LaBelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackwell? I am not going to like this, am I? Don't tell me. They're Tenmataro's prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the fingerprints belong to Filch? Phineas Filch. Oh, yep. Maybe Filch was in there doing something. He probably came in through the vent. He wanted that treasure.
Objection!
Wait, what? What? Then Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber?
Objection!
Ugh. Why, you tricksy little Tanuki! Explain yourself, now! Sure, them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. LaBelle, after all. So, you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber? Sure, what if I did? You had a problem with it? Yipes! We got a problem, baby. You fool of a toque! Tanuki, I mean. Or is it, you fool of a Tanuki? There you go. Order! Order! Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean the Tenmataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes! Another cat out of the bag! Mr. Filch is Tenmataro. Everyone's hunched over. Back problems seem to be contagious. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. Begging your pardon, your Honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Tenmataro in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Ninetailsville Festival? So, that was you inside the Tenmataro costume? Yep. After the event, I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on the account of wrestlers being complete jobbers. So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match? That's when I looked at the Tenmataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can touch me when I'm wearing it. And 'cause of them superstitions, no matter what I do, they just won't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. So, what you're telling me is that the feathers were a big old red herring this whole time. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? 'Cause of the treasure there! Yeah, thought that was my big chance to sneak on in and grab it. Treasure? Yep. He knows that's the greatest rich treasure in the universe. And his grandpappy told him about it. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it? Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. Huh. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. Yeah, I could through the air vent in the foyer. The vent's left to the alderman's picture. I went on in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber, I did. You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. That's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent? So, Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather, a tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Heck if I know. It ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manner. Ah. So, Mr. Filch was Tenmataro, and there was no way for this, and because he was so short, it couldn't have been anyone else at the scene. So the angle that LaBelle had the costume on at any point is out the window, unless there's some other twist to it. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Oh. No way! But maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? You threw it out the window, You throw it out the window. Present. Yeah. Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So how'd I go do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? If I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of your Tenmataro costume through the window. Really? Did they actually just tell me it right away?
Take that!
Yeah, it's Tenmataro flying through the sky. They really gave it away for me. I feel like that was a little bit too handheld right there. And just how does that prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Tenmataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. Alright. So it wasn't done by drone or firecracker or anything like that. It fell with style. Oh, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are you? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when this photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tenmataro really was a flight of fancy. What? Yikes! Oh my! So there really was never a yokai? Oh, I can't keep any of them cats bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? None whatsoever. I'll deal with that Trixie Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. Oh no! We did it! I'm keeping an eye on you, baby. Keep going. Now all we have to do is make sure Florent LaBelle takes the stand.
Objection!
Huh. Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what are the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? That's a good question. They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent. I completely overlooked that aspect of it.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open. Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on the count of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. That was too much information on the best way. Thank you, Your Honor. As when I snatched that staff, it made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I was hightailed it down to the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime scene was discovered. But wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber. Every single time, Blackwell has to go, because that's what an edgelord does. Well, you little Tanuki. When the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope. Only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. The accused wasn't there. What do you suppose he was up to? Oh, I don't like where this is going. Oh, tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused, Damien Tenma. Ugh. Oh boy. Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? Who might that be? Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
Seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber, and by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Huh. Not that insufferable. Very well. The court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up? I don't know. Only the most fabulous in the land, Florent LaBelle. Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? True, but in his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not in that with Mr. LaBelle at the time. Huh. And now Apollo has started grunting whenever he slams. Simon is getting in his head, giving him mannerisms. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Ugh. Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? Yeah, reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here either. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he buttoned his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, and in return, he said we vouched for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch! Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Ah, shucks. Mercy, Your Honorship, mercy! Ah! You're up the creek without a paddle, baby! I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. Are you telling me that Florent LaBelle was not releasing Taro Tenma, the actual yokai, but he was just cleverly alluding to the fact that he was letting Filch out of the chamber? Was that opening a movie a big old gaslight aimed directly at the player, saying, "Hey, you gonna metagame by looking at the opening movie? Well, here's a big old nuts to you." Well played. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself. Yes! We're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. Or are we? In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. Oh. Well, other matter to town. I didn't get, I have not been stumped once so far, and we're halfway through the stream. The evidence is plain and clear. The VOD is out there for everyone to see. We're in lobby number 3. We did it, Apollo! We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. I have a feeling I'm about to suffer from my own hubris now for having pointed that out. Hey, why the long face? can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know. That's not what's bugging me. Wish I could put my finger on it, though. Yeah. How come no one saw Florent LaBelle at the scene of the crime or around it? Because, like, Mr. LaBelle has no alibi, so whatever the new alibi is gonna be something real tricksy. You've been here since I was opening the cave. Oh, I see. Wow, you got to be witness to a lot of badassery on my part. I'm building up hubris so I can fall really hard at the next court sequence. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. Back into it. No statements from Jinxie or Ted Mataro. We're just right back into it. My man looking like the Joker up there. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important manner. Taking the place of the mayor, huh? Well, that's certainly a motive, isn't it? It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Surely you jest. I'll hold you to your promise. Remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personally to Mayor Tenma, or should I say, the accused. Ouch. Ain't the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your baldness. Ah, right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant, how dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful people of... Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence.
Uh-oh. Blackwell's is putting it in there. Well, technically he didn't object to anything. He just told her to shut her yap. Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Be gone, ye of cowardly hearts! The battlefield hath no place for ye! Again? Oh my. Spare me, please! Why so serious, Blackwell? So much for sturdier shackles. Ah! Everything is toilet paper to this man. Blackwell really just said, I can break these cuffs! And then he did. Those chains hindered my vow that heads would rule this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know of what I speak. Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. There's a cooked goose around here. Where's it, baby? I'm hungry. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during recess, I rushed right over to the Fox Chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please. Oh, I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. But there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad, uh-oh. Is this the confession that Jinxie heard? The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my, baby. I don't know what the judge said, it went by too fast. He probably said, oh my. Order in the court! This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so. And quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Lisa LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is indeed. During the last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favorable to the prosecutions. Mrs. LaBelle? Yes, I called earlier about party reservations. That's right. And I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's Conviction Gala. Damn! With A's like this, who needs enemies? A splendid time is guaranteed for all. Oh, but the mayor in his defense. Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. What LaBelle saw? I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Alright, that explains it. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Then how come Jinxie didn't see you? Jinxie was making a phone call when Tenmataro came by. I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much. No, perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. It just, I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield, a time to live and a time to die. He's laying it on real thick now. Why was it in orange like he was trying to give me a hint? The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright, time for this cross-examination. What LaBelle saw. Let's see, you're in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when you heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing you. That should be fine. Merely after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. He opened the forbidden chamber? But why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to free the demon Tenmataro.
Objection!
The courtroom is no place for fairy tales. Remember, you are under oath. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Yes, I will certainly explore the matter. Toodles. Now, where were we again? You were going to tell us the real reason why the mayor opened the forbidden chamber. Oh, yes, of course. Seriously? Miss LaBelle? Good one, sir. You're an absolute riot. Okay, bye. You were saying? Never mind. This is a waste of time. He's just going to tell more lies. The witness will focus on his testimony, not his phone calls. Now, tell the court what you did after you saw the mayor open the forbidden chamber. Well, after that... As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison.
Hold it!
What was Mr. Filch like at the time? He was shouting, I can't see! I can't see! It's the curse of Tenmataro! Then he took off running like a madman. He must have been blinded by the sudden light flooding in. Wrong! What? Nani? He set eyes upon me, and was thus blinded by my radiant beauty. Jack, can we get some X to doubt? So, it was the curse of Florent LaBelle rather than Tenmataro? Yes, I'm afraid such beauty can be a curse. It's almost criminal. Ugh. The only thing criminal here is your ceaseless jabbering. Now get on with your testimony. Oh, forgive me, your darkness. Let's see. Oh yes, I fled for dear life from Tenmataro and... In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end.
Hold it!
So after you fled into the hallway with a phone at the end, Tenmataro ran off toward the foyer. Precisely. Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie already saw Tenmataro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the police. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where the phone is, Jinxie would have seen him when she was running from making her call. Oh, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. Just doesn't make any sense. Time to review the evidence. If we don't find some way to poke a hole in his testimony, Mayor Tenma's as good as guilty. This is bad. Very bad. We need to find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict. It's all over we can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case. So they're signposting me that the final statement is the one that he's lying about. So let's see here. What piece of evidence will contradict the fact? Oh, Jinxie's statement. Eyewitness account of a demon in the hallway near the crime scene. Yeah, she says it fled to the foyer, and it doesn't include anything about... Yeah, it doesn't include anything about you. Flora LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill in the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon, yokai, or whatever you want to call it. For me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenmataro costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter... Why, yes, those two would have crossed paths. Right. Except Ms. Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Ms. Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. Ah! My eyes! My beautiful eyes! Huh. Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But, Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. He was lying about hearing the confession from the hall. Then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox Chamber. Where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor. And that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence.
All right. What are you pulling out here, Blackwell? Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You're mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Whoa, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki. Without either of them noticing, you were right there in the Fox Chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that. But it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. Duh. You better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. Alright, in the Fox Chamber. I don't know why, but I feel like that's a phrasing moment. I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. Where's the clear contradiction there of the look of the evidence? From behind the screen? Why, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Just so. He could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events, rather than an actual third party. Why does he look like the Joker? Ain't a coincidence, is it? That's what I said at the beginning of this sequence. I probably should be playing up the Joker in my voice acting, shouldn't I? This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in the Fox Chamber, so at least that much has to be true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. Alright, let's see here. You did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder. Can't deny that. But I didn't enter until after Jinxie heard the confession and left. That's the portion. You heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What you saw there up close was absolutely horrifying. What'd you witness? Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is the feathers and tracks. Well, that's Filch. Their murder weapon, the Forbidden Chamber. So if you will, wonder what the murder weapon will tell us. Could you describe the state of the weapons that had been used at the scene? I might be able to trip him up and tell him and have him accidentally recall the statue incorrectly. The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Cubey. Then there was that statue that the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Oh, right, the statue. But why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider this statement to be of any importance? Is it important? Very important. I believe that to be extremely important. I request that it be added to the testimony. A statue had fallen to the floor. It was a token of goodwill celebrating the municipal merger. Ha! Gotcha! It was nothing of the sort. Everyone thought that it was a symbol of conflict.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said this statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. So let me get this straight. We're going to tell him that the statue was broken and it looked like they were fighting, and he's going to say that he saw the statue beforehand. But how that's going to be contradicted, we'll see later. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Something the matter? So, how did you really know that the statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dono. Explain. And make it quick. Lickety-split, baby! This statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. Secret? Explain! What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Ms. Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen that statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you! Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness of some sort of crime? Yes. Yes, I am. Aren't you a little young to be accusing the witness? Yes. Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cubing. Ah! Oh dear, oh my. Oh, the pain of it all. In here as well as in here. Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Let it go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico! We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it. No.
Silence.
Uh-oh. What's Blackwell got on us? Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
Explain, Blackquill. What are you already talking about? His alibi has crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo. Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman Cubey told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was good friends of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has? Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scamp statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox Chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that appearance in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florin LaBelle could not possibly have been locked in that room. In that locked room. No! Oh, baby, a double? I just don't get it. How could Jinxie have not seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your baldness? It does seem awfully inconclusive. The facts point to the defendant and the victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
Seriously, you're not even gonna give me a chance? You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Dono. But your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It's high time you brought down the hammer of justice. This has the same energy as Von Karma snapping his fingers and saying, "Verdict, now!" Point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma. Alright. Caw. It would seem that my time is at hand. Mayor Tenma? Counselor, there's a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces. Counselor? Oh, right, he must be me. Has he finally remembered what happened before the blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him! It's no good. I can't restrain him. Know me and despair, for I am Tenma Taro, Demon Lord of the Yokai. Mr. Justice, do something! Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. When you put it that way... Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenma Taro, your testimony, please. I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Ka. Okay. He's supposed to be helping us, but we're supposed to find a contradiction in there. Or is this Blackwell's cross-examination? The ruler of demon kind. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side, I, Tenma Taro, ruler of demon kind, and on the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. Is that it? Well, Tenma Taro would be Filch. Is it the People's Champion? But that'd make no sense. Alright, that mask has steered me wrong before, it might be doing it again. So, is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange as it may be, yes, indeed. All was in darkness. And the part about Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox being there? Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered overhead, and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. I call animal abuse, Your Honor! This is your fault, baby! It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half dreamt, that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us. Again. Winky face! All the way up to 100? He's going mob psycho! Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side, I, Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind. And on the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. It sounds like the mayor saw the same thing as what's shown in that scroll. What's with those Tenmas and their yokai vision? I think it's sweet how father and daughter can share something like that. I don't think a shared nightmare really qualifies as sweet. Anyway, all I need to do is point out an unnatural reaction like last time. Right. Look for places where an emotion conflicts with the testimony. That conflict usually indicates a thought or emotion that is being suppressed. Alright. Was he really happy to see the nine-tailed fox? I mean, it might make sense that he was happy to see him, because, you know, he's the hero, but let's see.
Got it.
When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy. Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. A creaking door? Like the Forbidden Chamber? Oh, you used to be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. We would know. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tenmataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? Was he actually in the Forbidden Chamber at the time?
Take that.
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the towering Tenmatara you saw? Oh, most likely the Forbidden Chambers statue. Okay. Why, yes, that would explain it. The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastico, Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. Ugh, I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the amazing Ninetales! Nani? The amazing Ninetales? At first, this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall it. 'Twas the amazing Ninetales who did open the Forbidden Chambers door. The Mayor Cubie? Wait, we're only down like 60%? Mayor Cubie opened the door? I mean, yeah, if Mayor Cubie opened the door... No, but you were lying in the darkness, delirious. Okay, I'll just keep on going. I'm sorry I asked. The amazing Ninetales? But that was the victim, Alderman Cubie, right? Yeah. Why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? You can assume that's not right, it being Mayor Cubie. Yeah, because... Yeah, Alderman, Damien, he had the key all to himself. Well, no, he didn't. He didn't, otherwise the door wouldn't open. I'm gonna stop with the conjecture and just let them talk it out. This is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. If you think on it, you can explain everything, but go ahead. Barely conscious was Damien there. Info update. And in the darkness, a mighty statue of Tenmataro loomed overhead. Suddenly, the door did open, and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. The amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue! What do you suppose the amazing Ninetales was up to? Good question. Could he have been trying to free the mayor from the Forbidden Chamber? But why help an enemy like that? Wasn't he opposed to the mayor's merger plan? I mean, it's still a human life! At least now we know why the room suddenly lit up. Must have been a huge relief for the mayor. I mean, just thinking about being trapped in that pitch-black room freaks me out. Oh, so it's a pinpoint right now. Okay. Suddenly, the door did open, and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. The amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue. So then why are you still sad? Oh. Didn't mean to skip ahead, so it's a pinpoint. Yeah, why were you still sad?
Got it.
When the amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recall something of that nature. I believe it was the Fiend's Cape of Red. Cape of Red? For when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. Okay, a Cape of Red? Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Huh. Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction! Here comes justice! Alright, barely amid the darkness, a mighty statue of Tamatar loomed overhead. Suddenly the door did open, and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. The amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue, and he has a red cape. Alright, let's look at the evidence. I mean, the amazing Ninetales doesn't have a red cape. Is that the contradiction? Let me see here. What else could be a... Well, let's try it. Unless I'm supposed to, explain what the red cape is. Well, I guess I'll, try for this. You said the amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you? Oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as-yet hazy field of view, and I thought to myself, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with the memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know. Could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this? The red thing? Oh... Was it the statue? The broken statue that you were so proud to have received before. You did that?
Take
that! Nope. Guess that's not it. No recollection of seeing such an item. Really? Youch! That was a human demon double punch. Red and can produce a feeling of sadness. Take a good look at the evidence again. Alright, some red that could produce a feeling of sadness. So, it's not the statue. Let's see here. I mean, is it blood? Let's see here. I originally thought that it was the cloth, the red cloth, but it's no longer in our inventory anymore. Let's see, the soul document showing what Tamataro looks like. The diagram doesn't really point anything out. And you were looking out from the Forbidden Chamber. So if you were at the Forbidden Chamber and you were looking out, the, was it the murder weapon? Was it this? No? Or was it just the blood? might have just been the blood on this at the scene of the crime. Let's see. Jinxie's statement doesn't really do anything. Stab with a spear. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. He saw Mirror cubing, and the cape of red was the blood underneath him. Is it? Yep. Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenma, that what you saw was Alderman's blood? Alright. Something red that... You saw the logic that was on there, though, right? This precious statue that symbolized your togetherness, drenched in blood, and the Ninetales was on there? I'm being too literal to it being cape-like. Well, couldn't escape the judging. That's kind of mean. I'm just going through normal thought processes here. Blood. Why, yes, it was blood. Now, it's not like a... It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. I managed to figure that out without looking at chat. Give me some goddamn credit. It was lying behind the amazing Ninetales. The Alderman's bloody body. Wait. Did he say behind the Ninetales? I don't think I deserve judgment for that one. I went to one conclusion that had full backing, and then as soon as I knew it was wrong, I looked at other things, and I did not consult chat. I object to your judgment. His noise level is down to 0. I think he remembered everything now. Does this mean the amazing Ninetales killed Alderman Kyubi? I don't know what to do with this information right now, but that's an interesting prospect. But the Alderman was the amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? I think I've got it. Hey, I asked you first. I think the People's Champion is actually going to be the decisive evidence in this case. Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover... Oi, don't you think this is strange? There are people talking outside. Little Scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber, but she said not about seeing the amazing Ninetales there. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? Think about what I was trying to figure out before this testimony. Nope, don't remember that. I'm going very much by the seat of my pants and figuring out the statements as they come along. Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defense's testimony and his daughter's? I mean... The case would be over if I couldn't. Yes, of course. I can explain it. Because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. I mean... Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you shall fail to explain this. What about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, so we're trying to explain we're trying to explain who opened the door, right? Is that what we're getting after? That's the root of your judging, more often than not, long-term fact tracking. Yep, I seem to have an issue with that one. I'm looking at what's immediately ahead of me instead of trying to figure out what's the long, winding trail of logic that it's kind of like resolving a chain in Yu-Gi-Oh! Now you think about it. We have one thing that triggers another, which triggers another, which triggers another, and at the end of it, I'm trying to remember what the original card that we're playing is that I'm trying to cancel out. Except it's a little bit. This is a little bit more complex than that, because in Yu-Gi-Oh! The chain is like a 1-to-1 interaction, while in this chain of logic, everything informs everything that comes after and before. I don't know. That makes sense. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, then why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? A very good question indeed. And I suppose you have an answer for us. Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Oh! I think we're closing in on my suspicion. Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? How about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for our questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she has in fact misremembered the event, what could have made her do so? Jinxie was confused, she got the rooms mixed up. Yeah, LaBelle was disguised as Tenma. It's the only reasonable thing to say. The figure Ms. Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence.
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unlike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces. Maybe the disguise completely hid his face? I think that my mistake from the previous stream is about to save me here. I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it's that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh, right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I'll pass. Ah! Huh. Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have a little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says. There's a fundamental misconception I've been basing a lot of assumptions on at this point. To be fair, you've had no reason to see it before this point, so then why are you hecking judging me? When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it because you don't remove a luchador's mask! Rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. Uh-huh! We're circling over to it. He'd never unmask himself in front of others, but there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. And remember, Jinxie doesn't know about, she doesn't know about the Amazing Ninetales' secret identity. So for all she know, her father is the Amazing Ninetales. What about the fact that it was the Amazing Ninetales who opened the door? So, if she saw someone in her father's suit, and if LaBelle was using his hair dye to pretend to be the mayor and covering his face with the mask, that's a perfect storm of a mistaken identity. A mask that can't be removed in front of others. Can these facts turn things around? Oh my goodness! We got it all backwards! Apollo, I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your baldness! I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict. I do have proof. Do you now? All right, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. Or maybe Mr. Tenma is the Amazing Ninetales. Although we already knew that the white hair implicated. We'll keep it moving. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity. Is he actually the Amazing Ninetales?
Take that.
Nope. Got it wrong. Or was he actually... Hold on a second. Mayor Tenma's secret identity. Hold on a second, let me look at the evidence further. It might have been... There's a white hair inside. Mayor Tenma's secret identity. Or is it the mask I'm supposed to show?
Take that.
Okay, it was the mask. So, he isn't actually the Amazing Ninetales, but he was LaBelle was disguised as Tenma, disguised as the Amazing Ninetales. What absolute claptrap! Poppycock! Balderdash! We thought the Alderman was the Amazing Ninetales and the Mayor was Tenma Taro. That's why we believe the Mayor killed the Alderman in his lust for a Ninetales veil, and it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro at all. He was the Amazing Ninetales. Was the white hair a red herring? The white hair was a red herring. What is this? You best explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where you derive such a far-fetched conclusion? Jinxie, no doubt, knew the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the Amazing Ninetales she saw passed out, even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Oh. So Jinxie hid the identity of the Amazing Ninetales by planting the evidence. I see. So, she did tamper with some evidence, but it wasn't the feathers. Unbeknownst to her, it was Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence.
Or, no. It would be Florent LaBelle who planted the evidence. The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. Little scamp would have seen the difference. Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his own very brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence.
Huh. Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection.
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him. Ugh. Ugh. I love it because Black Quill Black Quill is such a logical person, but in this case has been him having to bite his tongue when faced with all these other people doing illogical things, and he's forced to admit that makes sense that these superstitious people would act in this way. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. Then by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. Us, Mr. LaBelle, entered the room where the mayor and aldermen were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold... If I may direct you to this animation cell, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who had also been drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then, the person who said I killed Alderman QB was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence.
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and... No, you twisted samurai. This time, you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. My man just got verbally parried. Once Ms. Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the forbidden chamber so he could drag the mayor back out into the Fox chamber. Oh, so the amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right, it was LaBelle opening the forbidden chamber. Yep, so I got that one right. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the forbidden chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tenmataro disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Ms. Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. So yeah, Mr. Filch was, did he set Mr. Filch up to plant that evidence? With no one left to witness the events that occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox chamber. I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence.
This absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the amazing Ninetales is preposterous. He is not, because he was being blackmailed, and he did not want, well, I'll let them talk.
Objection.
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Ms. Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced the opposition. That's why I created a secret identity as the amazing Ninetales. Gah! This is madness! No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot, so I was right. As Tenma, he was pursuing the merger, but as the amazing Ninetales, he was opposing it. Pure coincidence Filch was in there. That sounds about right. No one except the killer as insane as his plot. No one except the killer as insane as his plot, and I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies. Foolish mortal! It is at your own peril that you forget who I am! Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Oh, Jinxie's gonna object? Oh, nope, never mind. See, this is my short-sightedness at work. I keep on forgetting what the major conflict here is, and I make these funny assertions. You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales.
Objection!
What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. What? Ugh. Why, you would dare reveal the secret? My good friend the Alderman has told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions now, would it? The truth behind Tenma Taro? What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say, I am the amazing Ninetales. I dare you. Ugh.
Objection!
Wait! Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenma Taro a secret. Wait, we got 20 people watching right now. Not quite the 40 that we had last time, but hello everybody. Don't be shy, say hello back. Like we said before, nobody here bites. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth? Right! I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. Huh. So, what now, Justice Dodo? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the amazing Ninetales or not? Or are you gonna say that you are? The amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. So, your testimony is that you're making a threat. Something doesn't seem savory about that testimony. I mean, aside from the obvious contradiction, but just... This is very poor, this is a very bad faith. Gotta hydrate the cords of steel. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? Apparently you can just do that in California, Japan. We all know Alderman QB was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the Amazing Ninetales, we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Tenmataro. Ugh, we're so close, I know it. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Alright, let's see here. The Amazing Ninetales' true identity. Not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. Why would he never admit to such... Oh, because he's a masked wrestler. The only nonsense here in the court is you and your assertions. Such anger is terrible for the skin, you know. Beauty is like a flower that blooms forth from a serene heart. Excuse me. I wouldn't expect a wilted peasant like you to understand. Perhaps the fragrance will help the blossom within you bloom. Ah. You liked that, didn't you? Enough jabbering about blossoms and whatnot. Get on with your testimony before I slice you into a bouquet of cut flowers. Oh dear, please excuse me. As I was saying, the assertion of our wilted attorney here is utter nonsense. If you did admit to such nonsense, you will expose the truth behind Tenmataro right here and now, and that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tenmataro looks like would reveal the truth. And that's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village if you free him? Is that a warning to not expose the truth? Telling the others that Tenmataro looks like would reveal the truth. Bingo! And that truth is, Tenmataro is a great, greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetales Vale is about. Tenmataro is a great fortune. Come to think of it. Heh. Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. Could Tenmataro actually be the Forbidden Chamber treasure? Telling the villagers that Tenmataro is a terrifying yokai is what scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure's been kept secret all this time. Well, well. You saw the scroll in the chamber? Did we? We probably did. I did not look for it. Oh. Wait, the scroll? So, who gave us the scroll originally, anyway? I made fun of the stink lines becoming Tenmataro. You're absolutely correct. The Yokai Legend Scroll. So was this the only copy of its kind? It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenmataro exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Tragedy is doomed to repeat as long as Tenmataro exists. And you know what? I don't think Tenmataro exists anymore, because where Tenmataro is supposed to be, instead, is this funny little fella. The treasure became Tenmataro. Therefore, by the associative property, the treasure is no longer there. Tenmataro is no longer there. Therefore, Tenmataro has been vanquished in a way. Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenmataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmataro no longer existed? What you talking about, Justice? What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do we have here? It looks like some sort of creature. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief, Azuki Kozo, used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that Tenmataro has been stolen? Yep. Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. Yeah, you weren't kidding when the Filch family had the stickiest fingers around. This side of San Francisco. And by that hideous, moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. No! My beautiful goat Tenmataro was... The greed inspired by Tenmataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall Alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmataro. For he said to me, the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure is Tenmataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. The big yellow thing was a golden ingot, and those stink lines were was the greed rising up out of the gold. Now I just feel like I feel like I just made too light of something. Not bad. Now I feel like I put major disrespect on it by using the stink lines analogy. Tenmataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale. Yep. The spirit of greed is rising up out of it. Who said anything about anything else? I'm just being a funny little strimmer man. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenma Town. but drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was a greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village, a curse of ruin. Thus it was that the yokai Tenmataro came to be. So, Tenmataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tenmataro made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, but there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. Huh. The love of money? Is that the full saying? I only know as money is the root of all evil. Then again, I suppose that to truncate the love portion of it would be to take accountability away from man. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetales Vale. A thing so terrible that Tenmataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenmatown would never seek to take over Ninetales Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenmataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? No, don't do it! Please, no! Be gone, you demented demon! Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is indeed me. Gotta love a man laughing with all the freedom that has been granted. And that means jinxing. Yes? The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse in the Fox Chamber, was he wearing the amazing Ninetales' mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh. Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than LaBelle's scheme. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. Ka-ka! The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman Cubing, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant!
Silence.
Ayo. What now? Justice Dono. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as if it were butter. But you only have blind guesses. A dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. Is this where he brings up the hair? He's got you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law. Phoenix just clutched his chest. But... That right? Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live and die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now, present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Oh, crud. Do I have anything conclusive? I have to assume I do. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need too. I'm going to finally prove Mayor Tenma innocent. Here comes justice. Let's review the facts. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna need this recap. The most damning evidence against the mayor wasn't the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the Amazing Ninetales. But as we know, of course, we were way off. The Amazing Ninetales is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why, when his daughter Jinxie saw the Amazing Ninetales collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime, but he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Does any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? The People's Champion! It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clues does the mask hold? White hair. What about the hair left in the mask? Whose does it belong to? Is Florent LaBelle actually white-haired this entire time? Wow. This actually gives me some... So says the Eye of Horus. That hair is Florence LaBelle's. Now that's what I call conclusive evidence. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Cubey. Yes, the Amazing Ninetales, as we know, is Mayor Tenma, so... That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I've never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
Oh dear. It would appear Your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white-haired type, because he's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who has made a fatal error. Nani? Remember where this mask was found? It washed up by the side of the river, and water washes it away lickety-split. With that in mind, this last piece of evidence will solve all of your remaining riddles. Color me label. It washes out with water.
Take that!
That's... What is that? This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the amazing Ninetales' mask washed up alongside the village river with white hair inside it. What's this? Are you saying that Preeming Peacock's hair color is... That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the river flowing through Ninetales Vale, we now have a real-life expose. Good lord, my man's gonna be blind by the end of this. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florin LaBelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex Cubing. Not the frontal viewpoint. You peasant! How dare you! My profane beauty! Oh, show me like the Alderman! Oh, my makeup! Come on, let's see that hair. Ha 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 ha! Man, my guy just gained 30 years. Hello. This is the bell. What? Project is off? This is the bell. The sponsors have pulled out. The bell speaking. I'm fired. You mean I'm no longer Mayor Ten Mazade? Hello, this is the bell. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me. $100 million? I'm finished! Washed up! Stick a fork in me, I'm done. This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackwell, defeated. Order! Order in the court! Well, the thing is, it's hard to be mindful of time when you're playing these legal sim visual novels, because you go straight, because basically, the way I do these things is I'm locked in until I'm done. Basically, unless, like, we're like half an hour to an hour out, yeah. Playing these games is pretty tricky when it comes to reset time. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head. Just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright.
Wait, that was a compliment, right?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what have you done with Flint LaBelle? The defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler.
Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off?
Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenma Taro. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Ninetails Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Ninetails saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma. I see. What I still can't comprehend is, why would he go after the gold in the first place? Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love.
And there you go, the truth comes out.
Which is why he sought the gold with such voracity.
Too bad for him. Someone else had gotten to it first anyway.
I see. Very well, then. I believe it's time I declared a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty.
GG's.
Caw, caw. Ha ha ha.
Dang it. Taka isn't even on the screen. I can't say anything.
Court is adjourned.
April 9th, 1:23 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby. Number 3. That was some seriously good luring, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tenma Taro from Ninetails Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? Could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman, then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too. But I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the amazing Ninetails' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the amazing Ninetails. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for Alderman's murder, the wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the amazing Ninetails was just killed, he'd die a hero, but if he was proved a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot!
Caw, caw! A most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval.
Why are you acting like Tenma Taro again?
Let this be of no concern to you.
How could it not concern me? Tenma Taro, be gone!
Gah!
Jinxie, seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, you're finally back!
Yes, it would seem Tenma Taro is no match for you. Ha!
Does he play as Tenma Taro so that he can pretend Jinxie's charms do something? That's freaking adorable, if true. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Is Jinxie actually smiling? Yes, it is, and it's an award-winning smile. This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the amazing Ninetales will have to retire, though. Aw, how come? Once everyone hears I'm the amazing Ninetales, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people. Another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue. I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside. Say, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, the man behind the mask. And a root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting for me. But I thought it was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie. Here, I think you'll be needing this. I don't care, I safety save before every single prompt. Thank you. Now, if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting. Oh, hell yeah, we get anime Amazing Ninetales. Don't question it. Ninetales, Ninetales, Ninetales. Chat, can we get some Ninetales in the chat? I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tenma Town and Ninetales Vale. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, the blackmailer slash killer is behind bars, and the merger's no longer an issue. Plus, the Amazing Ninetales is so obviously still a hit, and I suspect Ninetales Vale will be there too. It's all because we believed in our client, just like you said. Okay, people. Now that we got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo. You might have to start looking up at me. Huh? I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours too. You kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. That's a catchphrase. Keep eating like that. The only direction you'll grow is sideways. Oh! Apollo out there throwing hands. Very funny. I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories? Huh. Just let them try to stick on me. Call me Reese. Alright already, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldune's Noodles! The goat mentioned. Isn't an all-night stand, you know. I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. I've been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Now what are we waiting for?
Noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two.
Yay! Thanks, boss!
I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldoon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. That was our first case together, and it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. You gonna get a little bit more? Game over! I just noticed that the Amazing Ninetales is all the way up in the corner there. Alright. We're returning to the games menu, and we're gonna hear ourselves some banger music. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Oh. I knew. Oh, so I can't choose my... Can I choose my chapters? I thought I was able to choose my chapters. Hold on a second. Let me back out of this. I just wanted to see the name of the 3rd chapter. That's it. That's all I wanted. I can't even skip dialogue. Anyways, I'll just go ahead and look it up. Dual Destinies Case 3. Let's do this in a more expedient way, shall we? Stop. And then play. We need to be on the title screen before we can stop this. But, ladies and gentlemen, that was Case 2 of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. You are very welcome to the stream. Glad you had fun. Blorf. GG's indeed. And case number 3 is Turnabout Academy. I really thought that I was going to have a perfect game this time and avoid getting judged, but apparently I still have a ways to go. But it will happen one of these times. I will bat 1,000 on one of these trial sequences, an entire stream without getting judged. It'll happen. You believe in me, right, chat? As Solaris answers that question before I'm even done saying it, I appreciate him. No? Because it's impossible, isn't it? It's not about me, is it? Not because of me, mind you. Thank you for having my back, chat. In any case, thank you, AQ, James, Solaris, Moderator Katone, and thank everyone else in this stream for lurking on in. All great streamers are made on the backs of lurkers, so by all means, you keep on shining on, you crazy diamonds. And of course, thank you if you are watching this stream as a VOD. So, y'all know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It is in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. And next time, we're we're gonna have a surprise Tuesday stream because the next Final Fantasy XIV patch drops, and I want to get done with the MSQ, and then on Wednesday, I will be doing the last tier of the normal raids. So tomorrow and Wednesday are going to be Final Fantasy XIV streams. It's going to be good. We're gonna see what Square Enix has in store for us to build up to the next expansion, and we're gonna see the end of the Arcadian saga. It's not a surprise if you're told about it ahead of time. Exactly. So, we will reconvene with Dual Destinies on Saturday. But everyone is very much invited to see me play something different. In the meantime, until then, game out.